I have a free idea for anyone who does like vintage game streaming. Okay, this just occurred to me while waiting for the intro. A really cool intro would be the Super Mario All Stars for Super Nintendo, where there's like the silhouette with the chatting sound effect, and have that be like your intro timer countdown, and then have it turn the lights on, and then it's the name of your channel or whatever, and then it screen wipes to, you know, the actual thing. That would be really cool. Anyway, hello, welcome to streaming stuff with me and not video games. So today we're going to be working on this thing, and we're going to make it do a click picture type stuff. We're actually, it's farther along than you might think. I did a little bit of boring, lame, stupid Python nonsense work this morning, so that we could actually just get started on the actual programming today. I did not touch a single line of the photo code from yesterday. The only thing I did was just mix around some importing stuff for Python modules. And I'm saying all of that because it works. So we'll look at that in a second. But yeah. People were doing channel points to change channel. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Stupid Python coding for the win. Yeah, well, I had to figure out how to modify the Python path so I could import a module from parent directory. So that's the kind of, you know, riveting content that you missed in the hour before stream today. So, but all right. I don't really think there's a whole lot else to go over. So we can probably just get started, I think. Yeah. Just quick test. Everything should be fully functional here. Let me flip these around so I can make sure I can see everything.
CHER 100. In a weird outcome, the webcam on the CT robot managed to snap photos of chat. No one knows how, but the SCP Foundation will be along to collect it for storage later. End of line.
Only if they just take the webcam, not the whole robot. I put too much time into the robot. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. All right, here we go. Boom. So there's robot mini cam. You know what? I'm going to adjust that slightly before I go sit down. So mini cam. It's not that. It's not that. It is this. Okay. Just going to pull that side out a little more, crop that side down a little more, and then pop that over there. Okay. I guess I could crop the top just a little bit. You guys understand that a webcam is a webcam, and you probably don't need to see the whole thing all the time. That's just so you can see the motion while we're working. Okay. With that, boop, let's go do some work. I want coffee. Which is almost out, because I've been hitting it pretty hard this morning. Okay. Ugh. Alright, if you wired the cable through the case, I can't even take the webcam. I mean, in a way I did. Yeah, you can't do it without disassembling it. Want a game where chat can change cameras for like 2 minutes per session, and Shelby has to run to each camera to switch as fast? No, that sounds awful. No, I could see a channel point reward where chat can switch camera angles if I fail to, but if we could do that, then I would be very happy, because that would mean I have Python control over the ATEM. And I don't. I think the camera switcher thing might be written in Python. The thing I'm talking about is this. I can't remember if it is or not. I should look into that again at some point, because that would be nice to be able to use that with Python. Okay. Yeah, I guess let's run through it working, I suppose. So I'm just gonna, what I was working on this morning was making it so we can run this file directly and have it work. And you can see here, I didn't actually modify this much stuff. It just changed position. Only thing.
100, we avoided Python code on the audio interface to cut down on the hiss. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. I'd added the line like I said I would here yesterday. I also added a command to move the arm out of the way so we don't just take a picture of the top of the, disk grabber. A sleep command that's frankly too long. I'm going to make that 1 second. You know what? Make it 2. Just be a little safe. Okay. Up here, we import the parent class directly. So normally we are up several levels in the path, and then we would have to, drill down handler, controller, and all that fun stuff. Now we just import it beside the file, and then we have to extend it with a couple of commands that are missing. Although this may not even be necessary at this point, but I'm just going to not worry about it. This one, because we're importing the parent, was a little difficult. This is where I had to learn how to append a path to search for things so that this could import that. I might even be able to get rid of this line if I have this not there and then just reuse it. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. It works, so that's all that matters. So if you missed yesterday, what I did for an hour and a half was basically copy-paste these commands from one file into this one. So what this does is it works through how you set up the camera, and then it imports the Python Linux UV device thing. You know what? We are not using the camera ID, video ID. That's what I want. We should be using that. All right. Imports Python UVC stuff. You still using the flawed ASUS drives? Yes. The new ones will apparently be delivered today, but I don't actually have a delivery window, so I suspect they will be delivered tomorrow, and Amazon is lying. Let's see. They're not even marked as out for delivery yet. Okay, so we open the camera device, and then we create the camera device, then we open it. Apparently twice. Did we have that in our original file? Because I don't remember that. We open camera, and then we don't open it again after sending all of that. So let's just get rid of that, because that's not needed. Okay. Do I have a delivery window for the good stuff yet? I don't know. Oh, the other drives you have? Oh, you mean records? No. I have received literally no information about it. I mean, I don't want to be that cranky pants, but come on. So, no, yeah, I got nothing. I don't know why. Kind of frustrating. You've listened to it, Deziak. I would like an answer to this question. What percentage, rough guess, of the tracks on the album are instrumental? I would like to know that, because I have a feeling it's a high degree. Mostly. Okay. That's fine. That's acceptable. Do not approve of the momentary glitch that I was just applying some VLAN updates. What album? The Nine Inch Nails Tron Ares soundtrack. Anyway, this is all how to take a picture with the webcam. So, yeah. We can run this directly now, long story short. So I can run, over here, I have some actual discs with like labels on them instead of just the CDRs so that we can see something. No, you can feel it. I believe that is the B side to the 7-inch, so that's cool. I haven't listened to that because I don't, same rule, I don't want to make the singles stand out prominently, although if they're like the only 2 songs with lyrics, that'll happen anyway. Somehow that didn't occur to me until the album was out, and I was like, wait a minute, it's a soundtrack. It's probably a soundtrack. 4 songs with vocals, all those are instrumental. Okay. I'm excited to see those drives support pre-gap. Hopefully. Flash and relay by drive firmware will make it work, so I have no CD like that to try. Since firmware should make the drive obey any command you give it. Hopefully, yeah. I don't know. People keep saying, like, oh, why don't you just, rip the CD anyway with these drives that are in there now, when they don't realize that the drive itself actually crashes when you put a mix mode in. So I'm not going to put anything past ASUS on these new drives. I'm only opening one at first and testing it, and then seeing if I'm going to be returning all 3. Because I am not optimistic. They should be good, since they're, extremely supported by redump and stuff, but yeah. So, just waiting for the flag rip, yeah. Psychotic about CD ripping, he's got a robot, yeah. Anyway, let's run it. Boom, boom, okay. I turned off the light above, that way we don't get reflections. So I'm completely hands-off. Got your ASUS drives yesterday. Man, no one wants to ship me anything. Alright, and now it waits a second, moves the arm out of the way, takes the photo, and then continues. There's a lot of delays in the photos because it's got to wait for the arm to move, then it's got to wait for the camera to focus. All right, and now it's going to be a turd, so I'm going to stop the software. Because it will automatically put the disk in the back tray, and I don't want to do that. Okay. So now, this is our photo that we just took. I mean, that's pretty awesome. Ended up with the drives. That would be hilarious. I have a feeling not. I bet they've been handed off or will be handed off to a traditional carrier because they're shipping really, really weird. So the drives should be on top of the picture. Well, I mean, in this case, yeah, because how the disc was rotated. I don't think it's really going to matter either way, though. Be happy to know the eject distance on those drives is good as well. Seems to go all the way to hard stop every time. Oh, good. That is really... I was very concerned about that. There was 0 reporting... Oh, wait, no. I think... Someone did a test on that before I bought them. That's right. That was my condition to buying them. Yeah. But yeah, that is good to have confirmation as well. All right, so that one was good. Let's see. Yeah, all right. So here's what I did, though, and where this is going to have to pick up as like actually integrating this into the software. So we can take a picture of a disk, but what I don't have is the ability to set focus for the 3 drive trays. We need to figure that out. And then we need to better integrate this. So the way I decided to set this up is that the photo folder in the tempter will just have the name of the drive and then the photo you take. And I'm only going to save 1 photo at a time here. The rest of the software is going to look to see if there is a photo here, and then if there is, copy it out into the project directory where we're actually archiving stuff. So that's how that's going to work. So this is just going to be temp space where the last photo is saved for now. The problem is that I want to use the drive name as the ID, and I have to find a way of sanitizing this. So temporarily what I did was I just replaced the slashes with dashes here, but I need a file system safe, like, string clean function for this. So we got to figure out how to do that, which always is like an annoying thing. I think there's a Python function for it, or you just look up a regular expression. I don't remember what the usual solution for this is, but I'm going to have to look that up. Okay, I mean, you also look at the disk from the front, so your own image is inverted. Yeah, but you're not really looking at it as it's going. I don't know. I mean, it'd just be a 180 degree rotation command. I just don't see a reason to. I don't think that it matters, and it just adds extra processing. Okay, write an image pipeline to detect the orientation of the CD, rotate the text. No, because it doesn't matter. Because the whole point is that this is just for rough identification. If you want to actually save the label of the CD, you should scan it. And this CD is a perfect example why. This looks horrible. We have rainbow, refractions. We have reflections of other stuff around here. We can see the drive itself, the arm with the camera reflected in the disc. This is not a good method for, like, photographing and preserving CD labels. Just purely for reference is all this is for. So I don't care at all. Yeah, I'm not using weird Unicode characters. I'm just going to replace everything with dashes or underscores or something. Since you have USB devices, why not use that ID? Because the USB product and vendor ID for the drives is the same. And if you mean the path for that, one of my things in here somewhere breaks on that. I'm probably going to support that at some point, though. I just haven't gotten around to it. And I really should, because the drives are in the wrong order. This is 2, this is 3, and this is 4 right now, which is super annoying. So... well, okay, Dizzy, here's the real reason. This is able to do more than just the CD robot. It can also use a grease weasel, and probably you can actually, it can do other things. It has a wrapper for DD Rescue for imaging, like maybe the super smart media card or whatever from my camera. It's not guaranteed to be used with USB devices or something like that. So, long story short, the user must always provide a unique drive identifier as part of the configuration for the software. So why not just use that the user had to put in anyway that already has meaning? So, yeah. Because no matter what your setup is, you are never going to have 2 drive IDs that are identical for how you configure this thing. The software in general, that is. Okay. Grease Weasel's not a block device. Again, it doesn't matter. Because the user must provide a configuration file like this that defines drive paths like this. There is literally 0 reason not to just use this value for where the photo is being saved. None. Because the user has to provide this manually, so they already will recognize this. And there is no setup where these could be duplicate. It's not possible. Why not use name instead of drive? Because names could be the same. Like, if someone's really dumb, they could just name everything CD drive. So... but yeah, those paths, no matter how you think about it, the setup, are always going to be unique. Okay, on that, let's get into trying to figure out how to clean this up. So we are importing handler here, so we can work in that file to create our clean command. Do you want to close? No. This always bugs the snot out of me, how this closes all the files that you have open that are related to that, instead of just closing the tab, because it's not necessarily intuitive that that's toggle. Across multiple computers, yeah, if I was doing that, it would have a host name in there, and then it would still be unique. Okay, so I believe, yeah, there is a clean replace characters that are not available for file names in some systems. Okay, this might already work, so let's try this. Clean file name. Let's just see if this is acceptable as is, because I might be done. So, clean file name. This, let's get rid of the replace. I don't need the F string anymore either. And then self dot. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and take out that disk and we'll photo a different one just for giggles. All right. Yeah, I think that should work. Okay, let's try running it. Boom. Okay. I think I could really cut down the delay on the photograph. One 1000. Oh yeah, it moves way faster. 2 is overkill. So it takes the photo, saves it, boom. Here's our Nero photo. Wow, that's overexposed. I don't really want to try and do fixed exposure because the lighting could change. So I would really rather it do that. And since this is just for reference, oh no, I didn't mean to let it do that. Hold on, I'm gonna be bad. Ah. All right. Aleratec will remember that, yeah. Here we go, just for Vital Knieve. Boxed copy of Nero. Holy moly, I don't know that I've ever opened this. Look at that book it comes with. How hard is it to, burn the ISOs that you obtained over the internet? Oh, it comes with a CD stamper. I didn't realize that. There we go. Wow, that disc is way more boring than the other one. Oh, okay, it's in 5 languages. That helps to explain it. And the text is enormous font size. Like, I think this was meant to be a manual that's like that big, and then someone didn't get the picture, and then they just scaled it up. No, I forgot to look for thin app. All right. MB, I could, but it's not a problem worth solving. The exact same way, it's not worth trying to rotate it. It's not worth trying to HDR the thing. Okay. Speaking of which, let's do the next thing. So I think I should never modify camera here just because that could cause weird problems. So I'm gonna do this drive. Excuse me. Drive focus. All right. So it's going to be 35, and then what is it? I don't know, 45, and then 55. I feel like this is wrong. I think it goes to 25, doesn't it? So it should be 30, and then 25. We'll try that. All right. So this number should instead be self.driveFocus, and then it will be the index of this. Okay. It's always the spicy minty coffee. Take the photo in log raw. Well, when my webcam starts supporting that, I'll do it. I don't think you guys understand how little I care about the quality of these photos. I'm about ready to make them 16 by 16 pixel favicon size just to get the point across. All right, let's run this again. This is the only thin app on archive.org. Okay. It's also used to archive some software using thin app. Interesting. All right. Instead of opening to show the photo here, I'm just going to eject it as soon as the tray. There we go. As soon as the tray ejects, I'm clear to cancel the command and it'll work fine. Okay, so now we can see this. That's perfect. Okay, so that used the correct focus level. I'm just gonna use the camera script here to check the other focus values. Just because that'll make life a lot easier. Like a lot. So we run Python 3 camera. All right, it'll take the picture. I have literally no idea what the focus is set to. It's probably 35. It is, so this should just work correctly. So that'll be slightly out of focus. Okay. Now let's set it to 30. See what that looks like. All right. 30 looks good, not ideal. It's definitely focused more on the back, so that's annoying. Okay, let's try 33. These are settings that you're going to configure as a user. It will be stored in the config file. Matter of fact, I'm going to be super lazy. One moment, we'll check the result of 33. Okay, see what that looked like. 33 is too high up. Oh my gosh, it is sensitive. These are big steps. Okay. 32. Krager Bill, yes. You can do that as an edge detect method. That's how cameras do continuous autofocus, is they will use constant edge detection on that. 32 definitely seems to be the best, I guess. I mean, this is clearly way more in focus than that. So what on earth? Can you decimal focus? I don't know. But the difference between 32 and 33 is enormous, but I can try like 32.5. It does have a step value. Focus absolute step 5. What? Uh, that's a problem. Okay. So maybe we do 35, 35, and then 30? Because I suspect 35 here is going to look the same as 33 then. That would explain why the steps seem massive, and it was rounding at 32 or 33. Yeah, that's clearly the same as, yeah, 30. So 35. I mean, I guess that's close enough for those two. So then 30, if I put it in the bottom tray. What do you mean busy? How is it busy? Eh, good enough. All right. So that kind of sucks, but oh well. So it's 35, 35, 30. I don't like that, but whatever. Yes, Kreger. Time to upgrade arm, put a full-blown DSLR in there. Actually, that arm is stiff enough it can hold a DSLR, but no. The whole point of putting a Logitech C920 on there is that it's a relatively inexpensive webcam that I can easily justify leaving on there. Okay, well, mine wasn't that much because I bought mine at Goodwill, so... Why is it $70? That's ridiculous. Oh, that's weird. Why didn't it error? Oh, because we didn't run that. Yeah, okay. Um, okay, so now it would work. So, in theory, I could have it load drive 3, and this should work. So, if we do drive 2 here, I'm just going to not have the eject command at all. Handler, controller, run that. Okay. Why did it not close the last tray? Ah, because that was a different drive. We got a different path for the photo. That's awful! Why? What? It's so out of focus. What? Could it be because of that exact disc or something? Ah, gosh. Ugh. That is a good point, Helencroft. We can potentially look into that. Because it definitely seems like one of our focus steps is at the top right now. But I don't know how easy that's going to be. Because it's a balance between Actually, I don't know that we can. Because it seems like this drive is perfectly in focus, just coincidentally at 35, but then 30 is like way down below. Like, to give an alternate perspective here, it's focusing on the table, which is like twice as far down, and we don't have that much movement in the arm up there. So I'm not sure that we can actually get enough range of motion to make a difference. And if I move this farther down, then the top tray disc will like overfill the frame. So I don't know that we can do anything better. Wait a minute, it didn't focus at all there. Is it somehow hard-coded? Oh, because the values are down here because oh, that's my fault. Hold on. Pabcac. Yay. Okay, take 2. Yes, it increments in steps of 5 for the value. I don't know why it's not. It not closing the bottom tray means there's something wrong. We're going to power cycle the whole thing here in a second. This should work, though. Diego, technically, we haven't actually done any disc ripping yet. Oh, yeah, that's way better. That's perfect. Okay. That's fine. I do think the platform below it is more in focus, but this is acceptable. This is about as in focus as the middle disc is when we have the top disc focus set. So I'm gonna accept it. It's fine. It's good enough. Because I don't think we can get it much higher to be better. No, we can't do 31. It's saying that the minimum step size for focus is 5. So our options are 35, 30, and 25. 25 is the table, 30 is the platform, and 35 is the top of the tray. Yeah. Webcam is on an arm, but it's a balance of the size of the disc in the frame of the webcam and the focus position. I don't care, Desiac. All right. That all looks good. I'm now power cycling the whole thing because it's acting weird. I need to move the power supply for the camera, though, because it's on the same power strip, and it's going to be weird. There we go. All right. That was not sufficiently power cycled, in my opinion, so I'm doing this a second time. Oh, no, putting the webcam on the arm has too many other problems. I determined that that was not the best solution. All right. There's that. Activating USB. Now let's test this really quick. What is the order of the drive IDs? Eject, dev, SR2, Y. 4 is bottom. 4 doesn't show up. What? Huh? 1. Okay, so I'm guessing 4 is GD emu then. Oh, all right. Fine. So they're in order. They're just not the drives I thought. So it's 1, 2, 3. That's weird, but sure, why not? Webcam. Well, the camera turned off. My bad. Close enough. It's fine. Don't worry about it. All right, there we go. Yep, they're good. They're focused. All right. We're going to load all 3 drives, and we're going to take pictures of all the disks. So I'm going to modify this to load them all. So 0, 1, 2, and then we'll see what it does. I'm just going to delete the photo folder for right now, and let's see what happens. Bypath breaks for some reason that I haven't fixed yet. Bypath would be preferable, though. How's the YouTube side for YouTube viewers? Because I'm pretty sure the issue is with Twitch. I'm getting, YouTube's fine, YouTube okay-ish, stutters occasionally. Okay, that doesn't sound like what they're experiencing over on Twitch. It seems like it's stabilized, though. Twitch viewers, how are you doing? You know, actually, seems okay now? Okay. All right. All right. So Majenko, yeah, that doesn't work for me because I would have to do it on every single domain, and I don't really want to do that because there are new AI garbage pails popping up every day, and I don't want to have to continuously fight that. I just need to install failed-ban and let it do IP blocking at the system level. Anyway, that wasn't that. Anyway, that was a Twitch issue. I never dropped my connection to the server, and per the YouTube viewers, their connection was fine. So that was actually a Twitch issue. On here, the OBS, this is on the server. We can see we dropped a bunch of frames here. If I drop frames without losing connection to the office, that can only mean that it was Twitch. So that was not me. So anyway, all you missed was seeing the robot move disks around like it always does. So let's look at the results. Top drive photo. Fantastic. Middle drive photo. That one's okay. Bottom drive photo. That one's actually good. Why? Why? Does it need more time to focus? Why was that so bad? That is how it's set up, Vital. Kneve. I think it just dropped the ball on focusing. I don't think it's always using autofocus because we do make a difference when we set it. I'm going to do the thing you guys don't like. I'm going to increase the delay for focus so that, the program is slower. Oh my gosh, it's already 3 seconds? Come on, it can focus in 3 seconds. What if I do... It is explicitly disabled right here. I'm just going to rerun it. I bet it'll work. We'll just rerun it. And then it'll work. I bet we'll change nothing and it's fine. No, 35 is the correct value. We've already tested this. It just behaved poorly once. This is the first time 35 has not been the correct focus value for the top drive. All right, rerunning it. If this is unreliable, I don't really care that much. I would prefer it not be unreliable, but... Oh well. That's what you get for using a webcam? No, that's hilarious, Vamptonius. That's incredible. Also, props to Metallica for playing so good live that they matched a automatic claim thing. We can just look at this now. Perfect. We changed nothing and it's perfect. So weird. But no, it's totally fair to suspect me because I have the jankiest internet setup ever. So it's totally valid to say, wait, hey, what? It. Oh, I didn't pay attention. Did it say it couldn't access the thing or something? Did it fail? Oh no. And then I got an idea. DZX, Sony's made a lot of mirrorless cameras. Some of them were named Mavica, so you got to be a little more specific.
JEFFERSONTWILIGHT 9C5 SIZHEER 100. Behold the cinematography. End of line.
Jefferson, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay, so they had an example somewhere. Examples. Access 100 frames. Okay, we're gonna do this time. So I don't know where they get 100. Because that, okay, so it would be this, cap, get, frame, robust.
SCHER 100 AHK. I'm blind. This has nothing to do with the image. I took my glasses off. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. What I'm getting to, DZAC, is I might be interested in a Goodwill camera if it's like an actually good one, if no one else does need it. A7R4. Like something USB controllable that's not garbage would be kind of nice. Okay, well, that's clearly not going to be that since that camera's $4,000, so. All right, for blah and blah. Okay, so what I think we're going to do is, I don't know. You might as well have told me the model number for an AMD processor for all it matters. I don't know Sony camera model numbers. All right, so what we're going to do is this. This is where we get the camera stuff. Yeah, hold on. Let me just try this. All right. Oh, yeah, this is what we're using. Linux Pi. Okay. So yeah, for enumerate cam, all right, what we're going to do is we're going to grab like, I don't know, 30 frames or something, and then just use the last frame. That way it has a chance to autofocus and auto expose while recording video. Okay, let's see if this works or if it just dies, because I got no clue. You know what? Let's put this in the camera thing first and run it there, rather than just have it break the other code. Okay. Okay, image equal frame. Wait, oh, fair. Yeah, we should probably have this be none for, you know, scope reasons. None. Also, this. Okay. Is that the dog scope and storage out there? Use that as a webcam? I mean, that would be fine if I wanted to be able to rip the CD by looking at the dots, the pits on the aluminum. Okay, so that worked. All right, we'll do that. All right, take 3. use all 30 frames in a GIF. No, because in theory it should just be it exposing and focusing. There shouldn't be anything good in that. Isn't that how it always is? Poor Diesel. Get all them secret dots the laser won't read. I hate how much I like that idea. It wouldn't work, but I like it. This doesn't solve the tray ejecting early, by the way. I'll have to remove that print statement because that's excessive. You can make a real disk image, yeah. Auto. That sounds like the most expensive way to do bad Apple. That is Desiac. That is literally what the Doomsday Duplicator project does when you have multiple disks. Oh, that's interesting. Why did it die on frame 8? Huh. Curious. Well, I think they were all good this time. Yep, that one looks great. Autofocus or auto exposed well. Perfect. Good auto exposure. Excellent. Yeah, okay, so that's clearly the play. I don't think we need this. Actually, Doomsday Duplicator videos did fairly well. I don't think that they paid for the hardware, but I think we did like a sub goal or something for that. I don't remember. But anyway, that doesn't matter. The problem is there's nothing new to talk about. Because when I go back to that for VHS, it's going to be completely different. Instead of the Doomsday Duplicator being used for VHS now, the hot new trick is to use some like dual capture source that reads both heads of the VCR at once, so that you don't have to do like post-processing deinterlacing or something along those lines. So, yeah. So it's going to be totally different. But it's not the Doomsday Duplicator anymore for that. I mean, it kind of is, but it's not. So you can look up VHS decode. That's the project for it. And really, Minty, yes, that is the next major iteration to the software. And I think it's working. I think we're good. I think that might have finally solved it. Trying to think if there's a reason to change anything, but I think that's it. There is literally no reason to use a Doomsday Duplicator for cassettes, but yes, it could. Literally, it records audio. That is what the Doomsday Duplicator does. It records audio one magnitude higher bandwidth than audio that you can hear, times 2. Because it reads 40 megahertz. for data. It samples at 40 megahertz, I should say, because laser discs are 20-ish megahertz. So yeah. H2 Overdrive when? There is zero chance an H2 Overdrive would pay for itself. It doesn't have the nostalgia factor. Hydro Thunder only worked because it had home console releases. If there were home console releases of H2 Overdrive, it might have worked. Well, yeah, because Nyquist, Philip, but I'm just saying that there is no reason to use Doomsday Duplicator for actual audio. Well, the E1 Racer still sucks, DZX, so... That's a different game entirely. It had home console releases, yes. It would actually probably do well as a video because of it. I suspect it would. It would have done better if I'd timed it with the... Wasn't there one of the new Star Wars shows that brought pod racing back? I didn't watch it. But if I'd bought it around that time, yeah. Why do you get me angry today? Oh, so it can work both ways then. Okay. But the high frequency carrier for CD4 is just 30 kilohertz. That's not that bad. I could record that with the audio interface that I have down here because it is, it says it right on the front, 96 kilohertz. Yeah. So, boom, would be good. It also has a 44, I think. No, I mean, duh, it has 44. Was it an 88? I don't know. It's got weird, but yeah. Saying it doesn't take that much. Pay for itself, and I have a spare room in the house that is on the first floor. That would pay for it for you. You can make the video then. I'm not buying it and then leaving it at your house. All right. Yeah, let's figure out how to integrate this now. Let's go to the Grease Weasel code, actually. So the Grease Weasel code has one of them things that I should probably just know. If file, that's what I need. All right, we're going with handler here. So, convert. Yeah, this is what I want. Okay, but I want not convert. I want the rip command. It's not convert. Load, eject. Or is it convert data? I don't think it's this. Let's go to media reader really quick. In the command that starts the actual rip, yeah, it should just be a rip command, right? Controller, handler, no, handler, rip, no, weird. Do they all implement their own? That'll kind of suck, but maybe. So rip, I guess they do. Lame. All right. Portizo, specifically 32-bit float audio. It has to be float. You could have 24-bit float audio too. That would do pretty much the same thing. It's just the audio interfaces seem to be standardizing on 32-bit float. My new microphones actually can record 32-bit float in this. Can hold up to, I don't remember, like 16 or 30 hours. I don't remember what. And yeah, that's my new main audio source for script reading, because it'll mean I can't blow out the mic mostly. So it's difficult to rip CDs, mix audio and data tracks. I did fail to do this recently for an Amiga game, so assumes the software problems are actually a drive limitation. It depends. A month ago, if you'd asked me, I would have said it's only a software limitation. But now that I've experienced the pure madness that are these ASUS drives, I have to say that it is technically possible. that you have a drive that is incompatible with mixed media disks. But to do that, you should just rip them as a bin queue, normally. That's all you need to do. Ben, yeah, yeah. So, 32-bit float's got to mean you don't get that irksome cracking chatter on a really quiet noise. Maybe. I don't know. I never really thought about that. Only works with multiple ADCs converters, each with their own gain setting. I mean, that's more the... No. Okay, so there is a confusion here. Here, let's just look it up. That way you guys can just see the information. Rainbow books. Oh, okay. Didn't think about that too close. Oh my gosh, I forget I want this really bad. Dude, I would pay big bucks for a collection of actual Rainbow Book standard books. Anyway, we have Orange Book. Or is it just Yellow Book? Extended architecture. Well, let's just go with this. Okay. The Rainbow books are the standard specifications for how CDs can contain data. Red Book is the initial standard that defined audio CDs. That's why CDDA is here, all right? It does not include data for computers. That is what Yellow Book is, all right? Mostly Yellow Book defined a way of storing an ISO 9660 file system on a track. Yellow Book disks are not that dissimilar from Red Book disks. They just contain one track that has an ISO 9660 file system on it. Now, Orange Book disks are weird. This is the CDR standard. It defined the ability to write a CD-ROM to a writable disk, but then if you want to modify the contents, if you didn't fill the disk, you can write to it again to replace what is on there. So the way that a computer would know what to read is that it would always look at the last session written to the disk. Once this was implemented, it was abused for Blue Book. Blue Book is a method for having audio CDs, actual intended to be listened to audio CDs, also contain computer data. At the beginning of a Blue Book disk is a single session of Red Book audio. Then there is a second session after that of Orange Book data. Or Yellow Book, depending on how you want to think about it. So there are two portions of the disk that are audio and then data. The way that computer games implemented this, because you'll notice that Blue Book is 1995. There were games on CD with CD audio before 1995. The way they did this is they kind of mixed Yellow Book and Red Book. The first track of a multi-track session contains the data in it, and then the rest of the tracks are audio. If you put one of those discs into a CD player, it would probably try and play the first track, even though there was a metadata flag that was in there to mark it as data, but no one ever actually checked that. It would probably try to play that first track and then just sound like static. So that was why Blue Book was introduced, because that method was unreliable, because no one actually checked the metadata. The problem that I have with these drives is that they cannot read mixed mode disks. That is where the data track is at the beginning of the same session as the audio stuff. Hence warning, never play the first track of the CD in an audio player. Exactly. So that what you might think of as music CDs that have data, those are blue books, and those I don't know if they'll work or not. They'll probably work because they're the same as orange book standard, so they should work. But then mixed mode CDs, for some reason, can trip up CD drives like these and cause them problems. So that's the difference. For you red yellow discs here, they do play as noise. Yes, I assume you mean like a game. Like if you go take a copy of Quake and try and play that in an audio player because it's got an awesome Nine Inch Nails soundtrack. The first track is going to be the game data, and it'll sound like static. But then after that, you'll get all of the actual music. So Yin, again, CD computers try to only show you the last session on a disk because of the Orange Book standard. So you have to go out of your way to rip a multi-session disk correctly. And even then, there is no real correct because CDs are stupid. And I'm not going to get into that further because we've talked about it so much and it's just, it's terrible. That's why I put the Quake 2 CD in your car. Oh, yeah. I thought I had a generic rip function, but apparently I don't. But I guess that also makes sense because they all kind of work differently. So I guess I'm going to have a generic function, and this does extend handler, right? I'm pretty sure. Media optical. Media optical extends media handler. You know what? Media handler can have the function for nah, I'll just put it in handler. Okay. There needs to be a function for checking for the photo's existence and then adding it to the, or did I put it in controller handler? Oh, I probably put it in controller handler. Well, then media handler might as well have it. Anyway, I need to create a function that checks for the existence of the photo and then copies, excuse me, it to the archive project directory if it exists. Excuse me again. By DTS, I assume you mean an SACD, and generally you just use a PS3 because that's awful. SACD isn't DTS. So are you saying it's just a DVD then? Next project inline mic mute switch. Did I do something that needed to be muted? I don't know. There's a mute button on my ATEM over there. I can also click it from over here if I really cared. Oh, this is actually kind of a pain in the butt. I gotta go like into a whole other thing, and I gotta click this. And then I come back and the secret will never be revealed. All right, let's go to media handler and add a function for checking for a photo. Def. Paste. Okay. So in here, we get this. All right. Build path to check for image. I've never heard of a DTS CD. That's super weird. Okay, well, if that's the case, then I don't know exactly. Well, okay, if that's the case, if they just continue DTS bitstream, so they're probably, yeah, just rip it as waves, as a bin queue. Rip it as a bin queue. Use bchunk to extract the waves, and then you can use ffmpeg to decode the DTS track to 5.1. Look at my project on GitHub that handles that for an example of how to convert a bitstream data object using ffmpeg to a 5.1 channel file. That should be possible. Now you make me want to go get one. I don't want one. I'm afraid of what might be on DTS CD because that sounds kind of awesome. Discogs. Explore discography. Advanced search. Type. No. How. All formats. I want to filter down to apparently just DTS CD. I'm not seeing it on Discogs. Is there like a weird industry name for it? I hate that UHD Blu-ray is considered a different format so much. Okay. Well, that's different because I can't buy anything from there. They got SACD. I don't see DTS CD. I have no idea what HD CD is. There's too many stupid media formats like that. DTS CD, SACD. They're all dumb. All of them are dumb. Yeah, I don't see DTS CD on Discogs. I mean, the format can exist, but it can also be dumb. SACD is dumb, for the record. What if we made a CD that's a DVD and then charged a lot of money for the rights to decode it? Why can't I click that link? What'd you do? And I'll fight you about SACD? Okay, well, find me an SACD that's just an SACD, not a hybrid, because no one would actually buy just an SACD. And then one that's actually interesting, that isn't just stupid classical stuff for rich people to go, yes, I do listen to music. Nothing wrong with a hybrid. There is something wrong with a hybrid, and it is the players. So you have to have format CD with multi-channel. How do I? This is a difficult filter. I'm not finding anything good so far, and I'm not looking for through 3,000 listings. Yeah, and I don't know. I have a feeling there are a lot of these in here that are not DTS CDs. Like, okay, Man of Steel soundtrack. That's that would be super weird to have on a DTS CD. Yeah, I'm not seeing that there. So no, there is stuff in there that is yeah. But use dithering in the digital samples? Okay, so it's just regular Red Book. Well, okay, so contents classical is well, there's Allman Brothers brand. They're not classical. Okay. Well, if this is it, this is not a lot of them. Anyway, I can't buy them on there still. Oh. Allman Brothers is nearly classical. What are you talking about? It was they were the intro music to one of the most popular television shows of all time. Well, that's just the problem with DTS in general, Ben. Just universally. However, if you don't count PlayStation 3s, I would not be surprised if there were more DTS decoders sold than SACD decoders. I'm just trying to see if there's anything I would actually want that's on DTS CD. Just give me a second. Because I'm willing to buy one right now. There's a lot of stuff that would be okay, but I probably don't want to pay like $50 for what I'm guessing is the going cost for a weirdo release like this. Like Alan Parsons on air, that exists, but I'm gonna guess is super expensive. Because you get the guy who's like the best at mastering music of all time, and you give him a multi-channel format, that's going to be a good release right there. So that's going to be one of the ones that everyone wants. Yeah, I don't see anything other than Alan Parsons on air. Oh, that's funny. Aqualung is showing up there, and I bet that's only showing up because it's CD4 multi-channel. I bet there is not a DTS CD of that. Oh, there's 500 versions of that. I'm not scrolling through all those. Okay, on air. Yep. Okay. What? Okay, that's extremely reasonable. $17 for DTS on air. Okay, I might buy one. Well, sampler discs, let's see. Yeah, I don't want any of that. I'm extremely interested in that Alan Parsons disc, though. Okay, I think there was a second sampler disc. Let me look at that. Oh, no, they were both Volume 1. Yeah, it looked like there was a bunch of sampler discs, though. I don't really think I care. That's the exact same track list. That's not a great sign. Yeah, it's tricky ordering from Discogs because you do have to pay attention to where the origin country is, and then shipping can be utterly brutal. Although I do see one that's actually pretty good. I'm emailing this to myself. All right. I'll probably grab one of those. That looks really interesting. And then figure out how to decode it. I'm not adding support for that to PyDisk RIP. That would be stupid. That'd be a waste of time. I think that'll be way easier to rip and decode than SACD, though. Oh, that's cool, Philip. VLC can do DTS. Yeah, but my goal is going to be creating a multi-track wave. Or is it FLAC? I don't remember. I think Wave can do multi-channel. Yeah, anyway. It'll be to create a 6-channel wave file, basically. That ends up working out best. Just get rid of the stupid weird format altogether. But I think I have a CD4 record like that, Philip. They are cool. I haven't really been able to try that yet, though. Yeah, I didn't try to output just a multi-channel audio file before because I was trying to inline it into the video before, so it was a little more complicated. Dude, the LDD code tools that I made are ridiculous. Oh, I'm signed out of GitHub because of course I am. Okay, never mind. I'll just describe it because some of the laser discs could have 3 audio channels. So you could have the like AC3 and a like commentary track, and then you could have a digital track that could have DTS, all on one disc. It was ridiculous. So my LD decode workflow, is it LD workflow? I don't remember what the repo is called, but anyway, it has detecting options for determining what audio files or audio channels are actually in your thing, and you can end up with 3 different audio sources in the resulting video file from my setup. And then it properly names them and sets them up so that you can open the video file in VLC and then choose the audio track that you want to listen to. It was so much work to figure all that out. Anyway, media handler, def, check, photo. And then self and media sample. Okay. Okay. If OS path is file, and then temp and photo.jpg. CD4 doors needs decent oval stylus while in the carrier rel. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't tried it for multiple reasons. To give you an idea, my last steps in towards listening to CD4 records were doing the phono mod on my LP120, which I made a video about. So it's been a little while. Oh, I desperately wanted to use, I think I ended up using MKV. Yin, it's not about editing the tracks like that. It's about trying to figure out the incantations to make FFmpeg do what you want. I wanted to use MP4 because MP4 is the only video format that supports having cover art for the video file. Ultimately, I ended up not using it because it doesn't support multi-channel audio and other stuff correctly because it's really stupid about having AAC. But it would have been really cool because I was trying to scan the jackets for the Laserdiscs, and it would have been really awesome if the like jacket artwork could have been what you saw in the file browser or whatever. Plenty more things to do in the interim, yeah. If that is true, Yin, I probably found that at some point, but then it wasn't supported by any of the software that I used. Because generally the way that it works is you have a video stream. So like, we don't worry about any of this yet. You have a video stream. Matter of fact, I'm just going to do this. You have a video stream that is a single frame. So video stream 0 will be the actual movie file or movie data, and then video stream 1 would be a single frame that is your cover art. And if stuff doesn't expect to look for that, then it won't find it and show it. So that's the problem with trying to do that. Because that's another fun thing. You can have multiple video streams in one file. You can have a multi-cam, like, MKV file. All right, yeah, we'll put this back. That is a good catch, thank you. It's just like, brain is not engaged correctly here. All right, but Shaven, thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to be a pain in the butt if I was. All right. Don't make me send it to you. Oh, I have a really, really nice Marantz that can do it. So don't worry. I forget, it's like a Marantz 9300 or some nonsense. Q9300, is that what it is? No, that doesn't look like it. SR? No. I don't remember what it's called, but it's giant and awesome. And I have 4 SA 1500 speakers to go with it. So I have a matched set of quad channel speakers. Fragility Tour DVD, that is Dolby Digital, is multicam. Ooh, that is cool. I'm running that through my head. I was going to say that must have been an early DVD, and yeah, late 90s, early 2000s, that would have been an early DVD, which explains why they did something weird like that. Because basically every time a new digital video format comes out, they're like, look at all this cool extra stuff you're going to be able to do with it. And then they implement it in like 3 discs and then stop because no one actually cares. And I was like, yeah, the Fragile is 1999, so that, yep, that tracks. Well, I have the Fragile, but I don't know that I have... The Fragility Tour DVD or whatever is not a Halo. Only and all that could have been is officially a Halo. Oh. Oh, well, in that case, yes, I do have it. I'm not 100% sure where it is. Yeah, I don't remember the tour name, but... Oh, okay. Well, now I'm super curious. Dang. It might be in the office, but I don't know where it is. I'm not going to mess with it right now. Okay. Let's see. So we have to get dry, but we also need the clean thing. Controller handler. Whoa. Wait. Drive path is specified up here. Drive name. is cleaned by the CD thing. Where's the APLS code? Not RoboRacer. No one likes RoboRacer. Actually, I really wish RoboRacer was more useful. It is the superior product. Come on. Clean. Oh, that's just robot generic. I'm bad at clicking. Clean. Okay, we're just going to set drive path to this because why not? So we're going to clean media sample drive path, and then if the file exists, I have to figure out where I do the thing with the stuff. Hold on, status. Okay, log status, set projector, inserter, file path, blah, 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 right. File path, status path. Get path, that's what I want. But I'm pretty sure we will want to put the photo in there. Why am I not using self here? Weird. Yeah, I have Halo 22 for sure as well. I think there's a reasonable chance Halo 17's in the office. I've had it here for a while because it was my example DVD. But then I moved it because it doesn't fit in my like Napa Valley CD holder thing very well because it's a cardboard case. So that's why I'm unsure where it is, because it is not with the rest of the Nine Inch Nails collection. This descriptor to be working 116 years challenge? Okay. First off, we'll have to designate next of kin. Best part is I know exactly what a Napa Valley holder is, yeah. I mean, I'm young and hip. Yeah. That's probably exactly where it is, actually. It's on that shelf over there. It is most likely on that because that's where I kept the Napa Valley rack for thing for the longest time. Little bit of words. Okay. We insured her there. I got a copy of file. I don't think I've ever copied a file within Python. Okay. Before I do this search, I am curious if it's over there. Because now I'm going to want to rip it, and that means I'm going to have to find it. It's not there. Drat. Next best guess would be this shelf, but that's becoming increasingly unlikely because this should be games and audio CDs only. Yeah, it's not there. Rot-row. Hopefully I just took it home. And it'll be super... You know what? It might just be on my DVD shelf at home. I can go look for it there before I get concerned. It's probably there. Oh, not the second one. No, that should be games only. Games and audio CDs. Okay. What was I going to look up? Oh, yeah. Python copy file. I didn't really want to import shoe, but fine. But it's Dolby Digital? Oh, I didn't know there were different versions. Okay, that makes it less likely that I will have that one. Because mine definitely came from a Goodwill. Just found 2 more 3D printers. Ridiculous. Okay. I'm going to just mentally run through this now. We give it the media sample. It gets the drive name from the media sample. We build that into, well, we clean that into a usable path. All right. We ensure that, no, we actually don't want to do that. We just want to do this. We don't want to make that directory if it doesn't exist. Okay. So that would be the path for the drive. Then we check if there is a photo there. And then if there is a photo, we build our destination directory. What is this? None. We don't need that. And then we copy the file that should have the current thing to the status folder as media.jpg. Okay. That should, in theory, work. So now, under controller handler? No. Handler? No. CD, optical. That's it, optical. Although there are different RIP commands for each one of these. Let's just start with CD. I guess when we're done? RIP media, bin queue. At this point, the media should be loaded. Set projector. So let's just do it after this. Check for media photo. Check photo. Media sample. We don't need self. And we just pass media sample. Okay. Another pointless useless TFT. That thing is super cool. Oh my gosh. That thing rocks. I don't think I've ever seen a monitor. I guess hopefully this isn't like a problem to show. I mean, you linked it, your fault. I've never seen a monitor that looks more like a Windows Media Player 9 skin, and I want it desperately. Like, that's phenomenal. Yeah, I love that thing. That rocks. That's so horrendously like 2002. It's phenomenal. 2005? Okay. Oh, that thing rocks. Okay, we are SR123. I'm going to open the archive folder here. Contrast ratio not found. It's easily going to be like 100 to 1, and that's definitely a good value, for sure. Don't look it up. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I'm not going to set focus values, because if I don't, it'll use the default ones, and it'll be fine. I can delete the cal value, too. Okay, so now We'll go to the other folder. And we do disk rip dash settings, and we'll use settings APLS W. Go. What do you mean error? That's just rude. What is that asterisk thing? That looks weird. What is that? Oh, I regret closing the tab that had the Stack Overflow stuff in it. Source test. Okay, let's just get rid of this follow symlinks nonsense. I'm sure I would prefer to have that, but whatever. Okay. Go! Okay. Give me that. We're just going to rip one of these. See what it does. Actually, I should probably rip the Nero one specifically, because that'll be an ISO disk, which will make it rip faster. It's probably not full. Okay. Okay. So. Coffee cup is empty. Same. Worst part of the day. Okay. So we're going to rip Nero sample. Just rip it from whatever. I don't really care. And go. So here, we should get a photo folder. And then here, in the Nero sample folder, under status, after it rips the disk, it should copy the photo file. So we should have a photo file now. We don't. Why don't we have a photo file? What? What happened? Okay, for a load, it should have done this. It did move the arm. Oh, I bet I know what happened. I know exactly what happened. I don't have the camera configured here. This worked as intended. If you don't configure a camera, it won't work. So, mission failed successfully. Okay, I'm just gonna... probably shouldn't have canceled that. That's not unreasonable as a parameter. Yes, exactly. That's you're supposed to set the video device ID here. By default, it's -1. If you don't set it, then it'll see -1. It'll know there's no camera because you can never have a -1 video ID. And then it won't try and take a photo, so it won't crash. Okay, so now it should work. Kill all the child processes. Let's just close and restart this. Okay, back to, I'm just going to delete narrow sample because, why not? Okay, rerun that. F5 this. Nero sample. Okay, go! Okay, here's our temp folder. Here somewhere. Input, Nero sample. Did something happen? I think something happened. Okay, real quick. Run this directly. What will that do? Already called, okay. Why is it not working? What did I break? What did I last change? Just that. Huh. You know what? Maybe it's cranky about something to do with timeout on ejecting. Maybe I should restart the thing. Okay, all drives work. Yeah, I'm just gonna fully power cycle the whole shebang. Okay, that should be enough time. Powered up. Oh, I bumped the camera, sorry. There you go. Money, isn't there like an adapter to use Bluetooth controllers with a PlayStation 2 by now, and then you can just use PS3 DualShock 3s? Like, I feel like that's probably the play. Maybe there isn't a Bluetooth adapter. I feel like there should be by now, though. Now I want to look, because that sounds awesome. PS2 Bluetooth controller. Adapter. Yes, but I have one of these from when I was a kid. Oh, well, those suck, sorry. Well, I see one that's for PS1 and PS2. Okay, so that's probably fine. Use first gen PS3 to play PS2 games. That is good until it yellow lights. Okay, now I want this adapter because this seems awesome. Okay, we should be all ready to go here. I'm gonna run the camera test one more time here first, just to make sure. So it's gonna need to send the full calibration data because we've restarted it now. Later controllers are better. I have to agree, despite the controllers. Well, so there's a couple of problems actually. PlayStation 1 DualShocks and PlayStation 2 DualShocks are different in some weird way. So you do have to make sure that you get the correct kind of controllers for PlayStation 2 DualShocks, and I don't necessarily trust third-party controllers to always be correct. The second problem is that PlayStation 2 controllers were not as common as PlayStation 3 controllers, I would say, because there were a lot more good third-party PS2 controllers, like the aforementioned Mad Catz. So there are more PlayStation 3 controllers just out there. So they would make for a better solution overall to get an official feeling controller than an original. We're in a weird position right now with Nintendo stuff where the best original-ish controllers to get are actually just from Nintendo right now. Playing N64 with a brand new N64 controller that's wireless is just mwah, so good. Well, Yin, that is the benefit. You could just use a DS4 with the Bluetooth adapter if you wanted. I would personally just use a DS5 if I was going to go anachronistic, because the DS5 is the best controller that's ever been made, and it's not even close. It is for NSO members, correct, or you can just assume that the controller costs $20 more than the sticker price because you just have to pay that to, get in the door, which is how I think about it. But if you're playing smart, that $20 is the entry fee to get an N64 controller, a Genesis controller, a Super Nintendo controller, and then to look at the Nintendo controllers and go, what is wrong with them? Why haven't they redesigned this to charge over USB-C yet? What are they, idiots? Stupid morons. And then you don't buy that one because that one's dumb. And then you look at the upcoming Virtual Boy and go, well, that's disappointing. They didn't make a Virtual Boy controller to go with it, but oh well. Oh yeah, and GameCube, definitely. I just haven't used the GameCube controller yet because it, well, I just haven't. All right, all that worked. So let's go ahead and try and rip the thing again. Dude, I would buy the NES controllers the instant they redo them with a not charge over the stupid rails. Should I mod PS2 controllers with USB-C or leave them mini USB? You should mod them to be USB-C and replace the battery while you're in there. Okay, it worked that time. Did swap the batteries already? Well, then there's less reason to do that. Okay, let's see if we get a photo. Oh, I think it's going to work. Taking photo of media, and then it should spit out a bunch of stuff about frames. Or not. Oh, I hid that, I think. And we have our photo. Aw, yeah. What's up? Okay, so now we just leave this be. It does the rip, and then it should copy the photo into status. I guess we could have it copy the photo before it does the rip. You know what? Let's do that, actually. Because, I mean, it's absolutely insane to not. I have a good reason to. We're going to wait. We're going to redo this. Take rip before and after to see it rotate. Yeah. There is one CD I can think of that I want to do that with. Deziak knows what it is. I'm curious if anyone else can guess. I'll give you a hint. It doesn't have anything to do with rotation. All right. We need to go to the web interface. The see-through CD? No, there's no reason to take a photo of that twice. That specifically There is a reason to take a photo of the disk before and after. I am asking what CD it would be. Okay. Media type CD and media type data equal and not media type. Damn, I don't know what that is. For const of media sample data type image. Ooh. Yeah, I should do this. Hold on. We need to add this as data. I'm not aware of a Youthquake disk that would have a reason to take a photo before and after it. We need to look at the floppy data. Or flux. Convert data. No, or is it floppy? Maybe it is floppy. Nice to move the photo immediately. That's exactly what I'm trying to do right now, Yin. Because I do that for floppy disks. This is it. Okay, so I need this. Media handler. Okay, so we're going to build a, if that file exists, then we go through the rigmarole. It'll be a JPEG. Media. And then I think we just return it. And I think that will work. Not flux, HXC image. Okay, make image, blah, 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 blah. And then we just return data. And this should be correct. I don't think we modify this ever. No. Okay. So for media handler, we return data. After copying this to dest, which would be data, data dir as media.jpg. You know, we'll just leave that, whatever. Okay, now on controller, no, CD here, we would, for all, add all sessions to RIPs, if data outputs is not on data, return data is. Oh, wait, this won't work until it is imaged. Huh. For a list, we can just do a. Or is it plus? Rip in queue, return data. Okay, I think we can do append. And then do this. Oh, wait, it has to be if not none. Data out equal data out not none dot append. Wait a minute, I'm dumb. Okay. Actually, I can just do this. There. Okay. Yeah, this was not smart. Just hold on. Data is okay. All right. This gets, where's the status? So media sample view. Query status media sample JSON. That. Status JSON. Status JSON. Okay, for root DIR's OS walk. Okay, requesters names. Okay. Yeah, I think that'll work. Okay, so I think if I save the status file. So let me explain how this works. This file here contains the information about the RIP. So this is the config data that was passed to this. And then below that we'll have whether or not it was done, what drive it was, and all that kind of stuff. We need to pass a completed RIP. Let's go look at this. So Breath of the Wild 1 here. Right? We look at status, a completed RIP. We'll have all of the files that are output and fun stuff like that. What needs to happen is the data type for the image needs to be added to this and saved before we start the RIP. So I think this can't happen here. It needs to happen in Media Reader, actually. Which complicates things. Let's take this out of here. And then JSON. I think this is good. Let's be JPEG. Media Reader. So RIP. We don't do that. This happens during load. RIP auto. Okay, so we load somewhere in here. Load media type. Yeah. Then get a media handler, find media type, select controller. So this loads it, which also takes the photo. And then at some point around here, data gets added. RIP, media sample, drive status. Where is the media status saved? Web update? No, that's not it. RIP. Okay, so this happens. Manager, media reader. Does this handle the status stuff? So data. Sample append data. Status. Okay. So what does the status function do? That might be what I want. Okay, I'm guessing it's just part of handler. Status, blah, 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 blah. Yes. Type ID and data. That is exactly what I want. Okay. So in media reader, under RIP, media sample, which is pass, media sample done equals false. Okay. So check for media photo, media sample, data outputs. We do handle that. Append data. Data outputs is not none. Or data and data outputs. Append data. And then we should save the status. I think that's acceptable. I can't remember. There is a weird problem with saving the status too early. And this might encounter that. So we'll see. Post image status. Okay, let's try and run this and see what happens. We have Nero in there. Okay. Also, while I'm thinking about this, let me really quick go grab the clear disk off of... Okay, I don't know where it is. Let me just grab a bad CDR then and drop it in the bottom of bin 3. That way we get the air cushion for when it drops the disk eventually. Okay, is there anything I saved or edited that I did not save? No. Okay. Ugh, this is high probability of crashing somewhere. Control F5. Okay, that all looks good. Test, photo, web. Start RIP. Okay, taking photo of media. After it does that and it starts the RIP, it should update the status, which should update the data here. Go here. Test photo web status. Let's see, the next time this gets modified or something. Well, that's not looking good. Double check it took a photo. Dev SR1. There's our photo just now. Okay, so it does exist. Did not copy it. Find disk type. Is CD. Check photo is not defined. Okay, perfect. So it did it's there. It just couldn't run it because we have to run another command. Okay, that's probably going to have to be a direct call to the handler class, which makes sense. So rip somewhere, media reader, rip auto, rip. Okay, so media handler. I mean, I guess the media handler. That's the problem. Okay, find media type. We have to, yeah, we just have to get the handler. Okay, so if we do this, media handler dot check photo, and then we put all of this after here, that should work. I think. Let's find out. Okay. Web photo. I'm just going to keep naming it the same thing, but different every time until it works. All right, let me ask you all a question here. This is the second microphone, and I just activated it. I would like to know if there is any kind of audio delay between the two. So I'm going to keep talking while asking about the audio delay problem. Key error data, that's going to be fine. We can redo that. I'm still talking, wondering about audio delay. Hear no echo, perfect, okay. So that means I can do this. It's probably loud. One moment. Oh, I'll use this. There we go. Now the secondary microphone will just be for ambient robot sounds. F time? What do you mean? I don't want to hear that. That's weird. Okay, I'm guessing it's back. I think that was a home internet issue that time. All right, so everyone should probably refresh. Okay, something about data, media sample, data append, key error data. Well, that's rude. Okay, this will work now. Let me pull this out. Everyone might want to refresh. Anyway, what you missed is that since there is no audio delay, I set up the other microphone near the robot so you can have ambient robot sounds. All right, that was the initialization. Let's do another one. W photo. Go. Alright, it's getting its photo. Photo is saved. As soon as it detects what kind of disk it is, then it will update the status file, and it should copy the photo. CD. That worked more robot-y than you would have expected. I have no idea why it sounds like that, so I'm just going to turn the audio interface off and on again. Because I'm closest to that. Okay, we'll see if that works better now. Why didn't it copy the photo? Yes. %C. But thank you for the 100 bits. I assume that's ripping. No. Brains skip. Okay. Rip to output W photo, but why is it not? There's a new problem in town. Rip in queue. Run command sub process. It's in 130 on CD, I assume. So, CD. Pokes deck talk. No, the deck talk is back. I fixed it. Don't worry. 130. 130 is the CDRDAO read command. Interesting. Okay, might have just been spooling it up or something. We didn't hear Chloe's cheer. Oh. I did, so that's good enough. Oh, I know what I need to do. Maybe. Okay, that should in theory work. Alright, I don't know why I got hung up on this. Also, check photo didn't work. I need to add some diagnostics to that. I see that you guys aren't hearing that. I don't know why it's not. Thank you for the 100 bits. Again, Chloe. Why? Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I really don't. I would reboot the computer, and that's the only thing. Well, there isn't a pop-up for. It's not that. I've changed all the things. I think it just needs to be restarted. I don't want to deal with that right now. There's no pop-up for cheers, though. Okay, check photo. Print. Looking for photo. else. No photo found. Copying photo to... Okay. Let's try this again. See what we get. So I expect this not to work, but we'll at least get some debug print about why it didn't. Okay, why did this error? Already called. Something is not right. Why don't I have stuff up there? Fine, I'll just try it. I don't expect this to work. What broke? You know what? I'm going to assume I need to restart the auto publisher. Let's just do that. All right. Kill that. Kill that. All right, I'm going to restart OBS, and I'm going to see if that fixes the deck talk audio. So I'll be back in a second.
Deck Talk is now online. End of line.
There we go.
Lorcoon says CHER
Oh,
100
cool.
in the
Well,
weird out.
enjoy all the
Webcam
replays.
on the CD robot managed to snap photos of chat. No one knows how, but the SCP Foundation will be along to collect it for storage later. End of line. Command error in parameter, PUNCT none. Lorcoon says
All right,
CHER
rebooting the
100
robot.
deployed Python code on the audio interface to cut down on the hiss. End of line. JEFFERSONTWILIGHT 9C5 SICHER 100 Behold the cinematography.
All right.
End of line. Lorcoon says CHER 100 I'm blind. This has nothing to do with the image. I took my glasses off. End of line. JEFFERSONTWILIGHT 9C5
Work this time.
SICHER 100 Ambient Robot Sounds, the newest album from 9 Inch Nails. End of line. Lorcoon says CHER 100C% talk more like a robot. End of line. Lorcoon says CHER 100. I'm not actually a robot. I just have done tech
F5.
support
Well, that
for
time
so
it
long
worked.
all
Okay.
the life has been sucked
T.
out of my brain by your command. Magicotech says CHER 100 Weepacron. Snorfla do tic tac dash dot wobblay dot. End of line.
Okay, it's going to take the photo. And Majenko, thank you for the 100 bits. All right, photo taken. Alright, that photo sucks, but whatever. Okay, after it finds a disk type, it should check for the photo and then give us diagnostic information about the photo. Is CD, okay. Looking for photo, copying photo to... Ooh, that's wrong. Okay. Well, that will explain it. Okay. Poo. Why? So the photo is going... Yeah. Huh. Alright. Let's figure out why this is not working correctly. Oh, it's all broken. Yeah, this is why... Yeah, this is the problem with trying to write the media sample stuff too early. So I'm going to have to figure this out. Okay, so this is the problem in Media Reader with where I do this. This is Media Reader. Okay. Media handler, so we configure it. So status is part of handler. Status, okay. Status path, ensure get path. Okay. So the get path failed. Because it was not initialized. Get path is called, I think it's in this. Yeah, here. It returns output dir and project dir. Set project dir is I think it's done in the RIP functions of these. Set project dir to media sample name, yeah. I don't know. I think this happens in every single one of these. Okay, here. Set project dir here. Set project dir here. Set project dir here. Set project dir and here. Oh, this one doesn't do it because it doesn't have a RIP function. Okay. So if they all call this right at the start, there is no reason not to do this from the beginning. So we should, instead of calling this in here, we should set the handler when we start the RIP here. So we get our media manager and then media handler set project or media sample name. Yes, that should work. Okay. Now, I do have to go and remove that from everything because it will not check if it's already set. Projector equals projector. Okay, no, that does fully reset it. So I guess in theory that's fine. Output dir. Now, output dir is a different problem. Set output dir. It does not self-reference, so both of these can be set. Where's set output dir called? I think it's set during config. Yeah. So we could also just do this. Config data is passed as that. Okay.
Laughing in Purgatory subscribed with Prime. They've subscribed for 2 months. And says hello there. End of line.
Laughing in Purgatory, thank you for the Prime sub and for 2 months. I appreciate that. Okay, I think this will work. I think in theory I don't even have to remove this from here, actually. I think it's safe. Okay.
Laughing in Purgatory says CHER 100. You can do it. End of line.
Thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, it's just one of those things where this code is very complicated and wonky. Now, it's gotten advanced enough that it is difficult to maintain. Alright, so we'll retry this. I think this will not have the same issue as last time. Refresh. Let's rip to folder A. Output A. Beautiful. Alright. I think this might finally have it. Okay, we will have taken the photo. So it's here. There's our pretty picture. Oh, that one actually is a pretty picture. What a change. Now it needs to identify the media type, and then it will check for an existing photo, and it can go. Okay, is CD. Check for photo. Oh, and then it fell apart. Okay, hold on. Let's kill this. File not found, error, output, A, status, undefined. What? Okay, hold on. Looking for photo, copying photo to output, A, status, media. Output, A, status, media. Wait, it did it though. Web rip data, output, A, status, undefined. Okay, well that part worked. Oh, and then it tried, oh, okay. So it tried to load the image and then something failed. Okay. That was really close to working. Hold on here. So Flask, blah, 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 blah. No such file or directory, status undefined. Okay, so I'm messing up the status data first, somehow. Let's look at this. Okay, image, output, status, media, JPEG. What is undefined? Is it because that's JPEG lowercase? I think stupidly that actually is. Check what is a path to the file on the web page. It's undefined. This is the path right here. So it's trying to access an image with path undefined. If I changed this to media.jpg and then I guess that doesn't work because it died. You loading PNG instead of JPEG? Did you see PNG somewhere? Media.png. I mean, that couldn't be important. JPEG. I think the problem is that this isn't capitalized, though. I think that's the issue. Let me go back to media handler here. Yeah, this has to be capitalized JPEG. Because the status view JS should be looking for, if the media type is CD, then output is image, and then we pull file JPEG. So the problem was that no file matched that because it wasn't capitalized there. That was the issue. Okay, if we run this again, now I think it'll work. I don't know why it output that. I don't like that. So somewhere, oh, I know what's happening. Okay, hold on. We can fix this. This is a minor issue. Media reader. We have to set the output directory before the project directory. That's all. Okay. Now I think it'll work. I think it'll work now. I think this is it. I believe this is the run. This will do it. Okay, as long as the drive's not in its whatever weird state that doesn't work. Okay, here we go. Don't worry about that. That's whatever. Because the data itself is wrong. You know what? If I just go to status JSON and I just change this to JPEG and then refresh the page, boom, that's what it will do. It's gonna work. So let's add Nero with photo as our RIP source. Start RIP.
JEFFERSONTWILIGHT 9C5SICHER 100. What the heck is a heck? I just want a picture of the goddamn hot dog. End of line.
Jefferson, thank you for the 100 bits. After this, we can do the cropping, whatever we want. We can format it to be all fancy pants like. This is just getting us our basic accessibility thing. We have enough time today, too. We can easily do all the cropping and nonsense. Okay. Should check for the disk type. Find it is a CD in a second. Please. Come on. There you go. Okay. Finds it is a CD. Looks for the metadata. No! Why? Bad! Gah! Media PNG. Oh, yeah, that's my fault. Hold on. I mean, it's all my fault, but, you know, this like is extra my fault. Media handler.
Laughing Impercatory says ZHEER 100. It's that Jim. End of line.
Laughing, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay. One more time. You know what? Let's do a different CD just for giggles so we have something different to look at. How about... Ooh, this one's poetic. Let's do this one. Web interface with the table in the middle and the thick lines almost looks like official government report of something if you save that to a PDF. Yeah. Missed the stream due to emergency thrifting. I both know what you mean and also kind of questioned your definition of an emergency. Any progress? Yes, we're about to have images of the disks show up in the web interface as it rips. Hold on, let me go fix this really quick. That way it'll stop crying. Status. Wait, what? Or no, it was something web to Nero with photo, status. JPEG. There we go. There we go. Okay. Now we'll do another one. Driver, photo. Go. Okay, having to take the photo is kind of awesome. This is super cool. I wish it didn't take so long. It is kind of brutal how long it takes. Because I gotta wait for the arm. Maybe I don't have to wait for the arm if it's if it has to take like 30 frames. All right, should find its disk. Output the metadata. Hands off. Boom. There we go. And we can open that and we can see it. Look, that's the driver for this thing, the actual driver disk. So now it's going to go and rip it, in theory. I think it's trying to find Music Brain's information right now. Crop the left and right of the picture. Yeah, that's next. Now that we can consistently actually get a photo, that's next. And auto-rotate it? There's no reason to rotate it. What are we doing, CD drive? I think it is trying to do Music Brains, and it's not working. Do you know what, Ben? I almost want to at this point. Here, I'll throw this out there. If anyone wants to find a way to use image magic to detect text and automatically rotate it, any kind of image magic at all, go ahead and look for it and post it, and then I will implement it. Because here's the thing, you're not going to find it. It's not going to exist. You have to basically OCR the text at 360 degrees for all 360 degrees, and then offset it by that amount. I don't know why it's not ripping. I think it is stuck in a Music Brains query. Oh, I have no idea. Yeah, actually, that is a pretty good place to ask. If anyone here knows, like Ben or Majenko, maybe Chloe, what fuse would go in that plug. 3 amp? Okay. That's a lot of amps for a Commodore, geez. What is it doing? It died on something. What happened? Photo, rip2, log, what happened? Okay, got the info. This was the command. Let's just try and run this. Tesseract is not image magic, Vital Cave. That's why I said it has to be image magic, which I know doesn't do OCR. There is 0 chance on Earth I am making Tesseract a dependency just to rotate photos of CDs. Well, Digital Ice Age, I do know that OCR My PDF can do sub-page deskew, so I suspect Tesseract can do full 360-degree rotation. Dude, why is this not working? Why is CDRDAO broken? Isn't Tesseract pre-installed on Ubuntu? That's insane. I hope not. This is like super broken. What? I think I need to reboot the robot stuff again. We're just gonna put the disk in there alone and see if it works. Oh, if it has actual deskew. Why does that sound so terrible? Jeez. Okay, I think the drive got in a weird state. Deskew, angle, and degrees of rotation. Well, now you guys can hear what's going on over there. All right, well, let's try that. So, not this folder, this folder. Output a media. Okay, let's just put this in, I don't know, desktop, whatever. Test. Okay, I'm going to crop this as if I was auto-cropping it after it eventually opens. I'm just going to drag that off to the side for now. What are you doing, CDRDAO? Watch, I can't even rip bin queues with these drives or something stupid like that because they just suck so much. $120 Hz noise going on? What? Oh, yeah, the AC is running, yeah. I don't get why Tesseract is bad. It's very CPU heavy. That's why. I don't want to load Tesseract just to get an image rotation when there could be other CPU intensive tasks going on. That happened a few times CDRDA. I haven't had it happen with Redumper yet. Yeah, I think it is. It's getting close to time for me to switch to Redumper. I mean, I'm definitely doing it when I get the Blu-ray drives in. Gwenview does not want to open. What on earth? Actually, the whole computer seems a little cursed right now. Maybe it's time for a good old-fashioned reboot here. You know, I think it might be. I think I think it's time to reboot this machine. let's just do that. I don't think I have anything unsaved. Yeah, let's do one of these. I'm also gonna just shut off the CD robot, let it figure itself out. What's the uptime? I don't do crazy uptimes. I actually turn my computers off. All right, let's see if my Blu-ray drives have been delivered. Ha 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 ha. Ha. Oh, they actually have a delivery time. No way. All right, well, cool. They will be real. All right, the first thing I'm going to do is just run CDR without having run the other stuff and make sure that that actually works correctly. Let me turn on the robot with the hub and the stuff. Okay, and then, hey, see, I can open this file, right? Okay, so yes, that works. Okay, let's crop this. I mean, this is almost too easy because it's just perfectly 90 degrees, but whatever. I'm going to crop it kind of bad, like intentionally, because that's how it's going to look, especially with the lower down discs. All right, save that. Again, I'm not happy because it's like straight up 90 degrees. This feels like it's going to be too easy, but if it works, it works. Can I just like open containing folder or something? Fine. Okay. Boom. Let me just do this real quick. Convert. I don't know what the percentage is. Test.
But
Sure,
subscribe
background
at
white
tier
is
1.
probably necessary.
They've subscribed for 30 months. And says we like stuff that works. End of line.
MQ Bush, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 30 months. I appreciate that. Alright, let's see. Yeah, that didn't do anything. I'm not sure if it just locked it to like the next 90-degree increment. I don't think I can rotate arbitrarily, can I? No. Not with Gwenview. Angle says percentage is threshold, whatever that means. How about, well, let's try 2%. Well, that's a thing. And then let's try 100%. No clue. Emmanuel suggests no, it outputs 2.7 degrees. I don't know. But so far, DSQ does not seem to work. So, oh well. All right, back to this folder and the cdrdao command, which will be here. Warning, unit not ready, still trying. Okay, eject, dev. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me turn on the USB hub. I think it's confused by text around the edge of the CD. Yeah, okay, well, those are all reasons why it's not going to be viable. Okay, hold on. Eject. Dev. SR1. Oh, because now it's 2. Oh my gosh, I hate this thing. 3. Sure, why not? Okay, I'll wait for it to find it, that it's a CD, and then we'll do this. Okay. Just make sure file output exists will not overwrite. Well, just do it, man. No one cares. No one's gonna tattle. Apparently it was trying to rip it, and I didn't see that somehow. I don't know, whatever. AppJa, I don't really know. Don't worry about it, Yin. It's not a problem. I mean, the IDs get configured in the settings file for the correct drive order, so that's not an issue. So. Digitalized Sage, I don't know how to detect what orientation the text is. ImageMagick was not doing anything useful there. Rotate it manually. That's defeating the whole point. I don't know if you understand the concept of what this is. The camera is on the arm of the robot. The robot drops the disc in, the camera takes a picture, and then it closes the tray. It is 100% hands-off.
Aleratec says CHER 100. I thought you didn't care about these images.
I don't. But I threw out the challenge to chat to see if there was a way of doing it with ImageMagick automatically. And so far, it does not seem to be so. Why is this not working? Well, Digitalized Sage, I would not consider these photos archive worthy. I am saying if I want these to be done properly, I'm going to just scan them with a flatbed. Especially for discs like this, where it's a mirror surface. I don't want the webcam image with whatever garbage it's going to reflect back. So if I'm doing a proper job, I'm going to actually scan the disk. This is just for identification. And why I was saying if there's an automated process that only uses dependencies that I already have in the software, I'm willing to do it. Elsewise, no. I seriously don't understand what's wrong with CDRDAO right now. The webcam is basically a simple double check in case the sequence, the order of the disks gets a mismatch or something somewhere, and for rough identification within the web interface, so that you can see like, oh, it was that disk when it shows up with the stuff. Because now that I can actually start to run this, you'll see.
Blair Spire subscribed at tier 1.
We'll get
They've subscribed
photos
for
like
42
this.
months, currently on a 35-month streak and says 42 months. Hey, that's the ultimate answer to life, the universe and everything. Also, aside from a few registry tweaks and activation shenanigans that I got sorted, the OS upgrade went smoothly. Here's hoping to another 42 months. End of line.
Flarespire, thank you for the tier 1 sub there and for 42 months. I appreciate that. And, well, good luck on enjoying Windows 11. But yeah, this is just for this. Basically capturing a record of what went into the robot for this media rip, essentially. But it would help if, you know, it actually ripped the media. I don't know what's going on with CRDAO. This is kind of weird. Let's put the disk in the drive. Excuse me. In the computer, maybe there's something about this disk that those Asus drives hates. It is a CDR, so the sessions could be weird on it. So this would be drive 0, eject. You know, we'll just assume it's drive 0.
Algemet says CHER 100. I am checking 100 bits in the pot just to grumble about Twitch going wonky when I accidentally press back I dot instead of home dot
Oh,
dot
it's so
TRR dot. End of line.
Could not open for writing. No such file or directory. Am I not in the correct folder? Oh, I deleted the bin queue folder. Hold on. This is driver photo. No, there's a bin queue folder. Oh, I need the session folder. There we go. It's working with the internal drive. Dude, these Asus drives are trash. I hate these drives. So if I put an audio CD in, it'll work? Is that what I'm hearing? In case I didn't say it, thank you for the 100 bits, man. All right, we'll try an audio CD now. I'm going to kill the Aleratec disc because I do already have it ripped. Time to play CD drive hockey? Yeah, I don't know. More like CD drive monster truck and put them under the tires of the vans. Returning them to wherever you bought, pretending all the bezels drembled off and you got... Yeah, see, that's the thing, is I heavily modified them. I'm only about $40 invested in the Asus drives. It's really not that bad, all things considered. So I'm not going to complain about having bought them. Because, again, it's my fault. I owned 2 of them. I should have tested all of this before I bought them. That's 100% on me. Somehow, I only ever tested them ripping audio CDs. Like an idiot. I'm going to reboot the robot again, because the drives are all enumerated stupidly, and I'm hoping that this fixes it, and I'm lazy. But this, in theory, should all be fixed when I get the Blu-ray drives in. So that's what we'll work on next weekend. We're going to have to recalibrate it for the Blu-ray drives, which won't be the worst thing since I already have all that kind of solved. Yeah, we'll probably have to take the drive doors off. Unless we get super lucky. Actually, Matrox, you could answer that. Do you have to take the disc out at an angle, or can it go straight up down? Is the eject far enough out that the lip of the disc is not behind the bezel? Blu-ray drive did not rip Blu-rays. I know, right? I'm never going to rip Blu-rays with them. I think special about those archival disc drives like M-Disc, the be problematic is the Asus. These are supposedly M-Disc. M-Disc is a classification. It can go straight up. Oh, I won't have to remove the drive trays. M-Disc is a classification of media, not a particular disc type, if I remember correctly. So, yeah. HD DVD drives might work. I mean, yes. Use them for writing Blu-rays. I got other Blu-ray drives. I own like 3, 4, 5 other Blu-ray drives. So, yeah. I mean, there's literally a Blu-ray drive in the streaming PC. Yes, Yin, that is it. Okay, eject, dev, SR2. Oh, let's connect the hub. Okay, this looks like the order's going to be correct now. Yeah, that's right. Beautiful. Okay. Let's fix our settings file, because I had to change the order. So it is 2, 3, 4, and 2, 3, 4. And this is why the order, if it enumerates in the same order every time, it doesn't matter because I can just fix the order in the settings file. But if we don't have to do that, that's even better. All right. Let's try this with an audio CD and see how it works. Should get an extra one, currently €85. If they end up working great for me, I'll probably buy an extra one. I was going to try and buy 4, but Amazon was like, the seller only has 3 of them left. And I'm like, well, okay, you guys lost out on the data or the money. That's your fault. Because as soon as I bought it, then they're like, oh, sorry, we have 5 now. I was waiting. I was going to screenshot the Amazon page after I bought out all 3 that were left. It'd say, oh, I bought out all the last Blu-ray drives, which would have been extra funny after that video came out about like the end of optical media drives being made. But then they brought up like 5 more. So like, whatever, fine. All right, audio test. Start. In theory, this should work. So, Freefall, yes, this will initially rip an audio CD to a bin queue and then convert it to waves and then convert it to FLACs. It'll also automatically fetch CD/DB info, which I can't remember if this disc has or not. But we'll find out. Maybe I should have put the Foo Fighters in, especially also because it rips really fast. And how did you watch a Blu-ray movie on a Raspberry Pi 5? Did you rip it on there? Or is there a way to actually watch Blu-rays live on Linux? I didn't know that was possible. Oh my gosh, that's so nice to have it just work. Oh man, that's ridiculous. Just boot. Oh my goodness. Webcam, I hate you. I'm pretty sure it focused on the table, but like, I don't, maybe autofocus isn't being disabled. I don't know. I just stupid CDs. Came through VLC, just need to be able to decrypt the disk. No play directly from the disk. We need to find the big key file. I'm getting conflicting information there. VLC plays Blu-rays just fine. Interesting. I don't know. Okay, output, audio test, log. This should be trying to get the Music Brains data. Or it's just failing because CDR DAO hates these drives now or something. I don't know. Yeah, I am aware of the key file. So plug it for VLC, needs to get the file, description keys from somewhere. Okay. Yeah, remember there was a stream where I tried to pull the key file out of the PS3 and then I realized, screw it. I mean, and I realized, oh, I'm not going to do that anymore. Okay. That's what I'm guessing, Raymond. That it is lying. The drive's trying to do something. I don't know what it's trying to do, but it's trying to do something. Oh, wait, has the media been recognized by the computer yet? Yeah, it has. It found it as a CD. Okay, there it goes. Yeah, we're getting a bin queue. Okay. Oh, I think what happened, I think it failed the Music Brains query. Music Brains skip. Okay. Okay, so that's gonna rip. It's ripping fast too. You can hear the drive is hauling butt over there. So this one's actually gonna fully work. Dude, these are useless CD drives. I hate them. Okay, so Friday, our main goal, yeah, Yin, Music Brains uses the track sector frame offsets from the disc to determine what the disk is. So you need actual disk access to do a MusicBrainz request, or else you end up thrashing the drive. So getting MusicBrainz metadata and reading the drive are not compatible, and imaging the disk are not compatible things. So I sequentially do the MusicBrainz request, and then I try to image the disk. Additionally, I only give one thread to each drive because I don't want to fractally create an infinite number of threads, because there's a lot of things that it could branch out to that, and I gotta decide where the limit is. I've just decided the limit is per drive. So I came back, you mentioned optical drives are going bye-bye. Have they seriously just stopped producing them now? I don't actually know. I don't believe it. But there's a video going around talking about it. I haven't watched the video. I'm very boring. Get out of here, stupid audio CD. Ugh. I love the robot arm. It's so good. All right. So I can rip audio CDs and nothing else. What a piece of junk. Seriously can't believe I managed to go the whole time not putting a single data CD through it. Let's put the Nero disc back in. I don't remember it dying on that. So here's how this works, by the way. So we get an output. If there was MusicBrainz data, it would have renamed the FLAC files with that information. So Nero for real? Start rip. HP still has the option to buy Office PCs with an optical drive, so they need to get them from someone. Yeah, the Dusty warehouse in China. I don't know. I could easily see optical drives not being made for the last decade, and there still being some left around. Easily. But I could also easily see there being some random manufacturer out there just churning them out still. The article information, whatever, about it a few months ago was actually, if I remember correctly, Sony saying they are no longer going to be making rewritable or writable Blu-ray media for average consumers. That's what they were saying. That no one's buying BDRs, because BDRs are kind of dumb. I think we're ready to commit the photo stuff to the repo now. Okay, it's skipping MusicBrainz because there's no data for an ISO disk. And now it should try to rip it. What are those ticking sounds? Is the laser hitting the disk or something? Wait. Could the drive be bad? Give me that back. I don't trust you. Was it at least trying to read it? No. Gimme! Where's my paper clip? Give me that. I mean, there's some pretty bad fingerprints on it. Last thing it did was draw a laser optics wide scratch. Yeah. Well, we're definitely control seeing after this. Yeah, I don't see any laser scratches on this. They would be radial to it, be fairly obvious. So I don't think that was happening. Let's put it in the middle drive. Start slicing your CDs in chunks out of spite. Yeah, no kidding. Why am I not getting the drive status up here? I should be seeing that. That's concerning. Okay. Middle drive. Nero. I guess. Start rip. I don't know that I've ever tried this. Having the robot put it directly into one specific drive. I don't even know if it can. You know, I think it's software. I think something's really messed up. Something's not working. I think the solution is just wait for the Blu-ray drives. I think these drives are just awful. Okay, roll back software last time it worked. I can. I don't think that that's it, though. Because you can go look through the VODs. I never read a data disk with these drives. Ever. Because I'm an idiot. I think it seems like every single time I put a data disk into one of these drives, it makes the whole thing real angry. And I don't know why. Other than these drives suck. Oh, Machenko, if it's not these Blu-ray drives, the light-ons are going back in. And then it will be putting any pre-gap discs on the reject spindle. That's what'll happen. Replacing the laser diode would be practically impossible. And practically in the sense of practicality-wise, it would not be possible. Literally no one would ever do it. You could not recalibrate it well enough afterwards without having the technology to just build a new one. Okay, well, everything works fine up to the point where we put a disk in the drive. And then it falls apart if it's anything but an audio CD, which is all we have ever been able to test with this robot, or all we have ever tested. So I think it'll be fine. So I think I can commit the changes to the code and be comfortable with it. So I'm going to do that so I can't forget. Buy disk rip. Hold on, I want this in a big window. We did swap the whole optical block, yeah. Get status. There should be a lot of modified files, yeah. Controller init. I don't think we actually need those. None of that matters. Okay, so get diff. I want to see what I actually changed. Make sure there's nothing in here that's excessive. These test lines are kind of excessive. I don't really need those, but I'm going to go ahead and leave them. I did remove the try block around the load data, and I decided that that's preferable because the whole thing is try blocked anyway. It's controller config drives. That doesn't really matter, but I can go set it back because that is how, well, you know what, it doesn't matter. We added the camera data. I removed the calibrate. I commented out the calibrate and exit lines to add more test lines. Okay. Handler, controller handler does nonsense for that. Has the default camera settings, and then has the new photo function method. Apparently, Python calls functions in a class bound methods. Not just methods, bound methods officially. I didn't know that. Python's weird. Okay. We commented out. Wait a minute. We were always skipping Music Brain's requests. That's not right. What? Okay, well now we have to test this and rip Foo Fighters to make sure that that's actually working, which means I should probably like restart the whole thing. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Okay, hub off, drives off. Okay, go to the CD object, handler, media, CD. Go to the Music Brains thing. Undo this. Remove that. Turn on the robot. Wait a second. Okay, turn on the hub. All right. Try this again. Settings file not found. Oh, I'm in the wrong folder. That'll do it. Okay. Sending full cal, as it should. Okay, something we're not seeing that we should be seeing is along the top. Okay, we should see those. That means it's fully initialized. Okay, foo photo as a way of designating the test. This should be able to grab Music Brain's information, metadata it all up, and rip it. It's a shame this thing's so awesome and I love it so much, because man, it is the worst project ever. This is such a pain in the butt. All right, we got our photo. I love the photos. Worst project till now. That's the spirit. So after it queries Music Brains, it will show the Music Brains data here. At least it should. Yeah, there we go. JSON Music Brains. So it does show up. I had disabled it for recording the sample test that we did on stream because if it dropped a Music Brains request, it would crash, and my internet is, you know, really good. So that definitely never happened. Now that top green lights are working again, no, absolutely not. Currently, it's not actually fully working with this disk even. Foo photo. Well, we got the Music Brains data at least. We're waiting for it to... Oh, it's ripping. Oh, that's right. We don't get information about that because of the media sample order. I think we can fix that now. Yeah, so it is working. Yeah, Yin, it seems 100% that these drives just don't work with, like, ISO disks. I don't get it. That doesn't make any sense. Like, not being able to read any of them. Now I'm wondering if there's a Linux driver issue. It's not actually the drives. Like, maybe I shouldn't be using Plextor or the generic MMC raw driver. Maybe a different driver would actually work. Huh. Or first and second audio, every track and have that be playable in the web interface. I mean, once they're all ripped, they might as well just all be playable directly. Quick port the software to Windows and test it on that? No. I gave up on Windows a long time ago. There's a lot of Linux-only things in here now, unfortunately. I wanted to support Windows, but it became pretty obvious that it was going to be an either-or. Talking about XP. Well, if I was going that route, I'd just put the original drives back in, because then it would still work with the driver software that it came with. Yeah, there's a part from the video about this that I cut, ultimately, that I maybe should have left in. But now that I've changed out the USB hub and the drives, and more specifically the USB IDE adapters, this thing is no longer recognized by the original drivers, because literally everything that connects to the computer is different. And the way that the original drivers worked was by looking for USB product and vendor IDs. So now that they're different, they don't want to work with it anymore. Which makes sense, because if you did that, then anyone could clone it and make their own generic one that works with the existing drivers and not have to write their own drivers. So, yeah, not surprised. Making a follow-up video, there will probably be a second channel video. No, there will not be a main channel video today. That would be only 1 week. That would be crazy. I've not been as on the ball about second channel videos recently. I'm still getting back into the flow. So there we go. All correct this time. Everything worked flawlessly, as long as it's not a data disk. Yeah, not a data disk, works perfectly. Okay, with music brains and everything. We can go back to reviewing the Git diff. So I changed this, that's back to normal. Added ASCII decoding to the CDR, DAO, or the CD info output. That's why the stuff no longer looks stupid. Rip all sessions on a CD. I just removed the spaces, that's whatever, I don't care. Okay. Media handler, we added dependency on shoe till. Check photo function now exists, where it'll output a data object for a photo if there is a photo. That's a little bit too many spaces in there. Let's fix that. What file is this? Media handler. Audio CD with 70 minutes or more on it to test? Not that I know of offhand. It's an interesting test, but one that I don't feel is as bad as some of the other things that I test. But I would, if I had one, I would do that. I just don't know of one offhand. Makes perfect sense. Nobody ever bought a PC in order to read data disks. Yeah, really. A drive. Yeah. Want to try a different driver for data disks? Not really, because I don't know what driver to test. Okay, media sample data. Yeah, that was all required to make the photo checking work. This also means that I could do the bin queue data a little earlier, but that's kind of a pain in the butt, so I don't want to implement that right now. The web interface, if it's a CD only, it'll check for this. I can add DVD, but as well, but I would have to do some other changes. So it's currently not implemented. And then if the watch dir does not exist, it makes it. I didn't realize that had to be added. Well, that's in the web interface. Why? That's weird. Okay, well, everything else looks clear. So git commit -am add photo support for controllers. Git push origin web. Change the USB IDs, Windows C's, modifying hub packet on the fly. Maybe the original software work with the upgrade. I mean, I could, but I really don't care. It's a problem I don't need to solve. All right, I'll give this one shot. CDR DAO drivers. Let's look these up. Available drivers. So we got Plextor. This is not a Plextor. Plextor Scan is a weird version. CD2600 is not an Atari drive. Generic MMC, that's one we are not quite using. Generic alternate driver for MMC compatible readers uses a raw writing interface where the driver has to provide PQ subchannel data in addition to the audio data. This mode allows using reading part of the lead out area. So maybe we get rid of the raw part and just use generic MMC. I believe this is the default one, by the way. So if we just change that, then maybe it could work. Ryko, no. Sony, no. Sony, no. Taiyu, Yuden, no idea. CDR55, no. Yamaha, no. So unless this works, I don't think anything else is going to work. Let's put... Well, Nero's next anyway, so let's just try Nero. See what that does. Nero driver change. See what this does. Start rip. I love how every single time we've taken a photo of a disc, oh, actually that one's pretty close. I was going to say they've been like very far rotated, but no, that one was fine. I just didn't even pay attention. All right, we'll double check the command that CDRDAO sends for this. Make sure that it uses the correct driver. This will try to do a Music Brains query. It will fail. We got our photo. Boom. Well, that's funny. You can see the Foo Fighter disc there. Log, CDRDAO. Okay. Mode, generic, MMC. Okay. Not working so far. I'll give it some time. Let it see if it does anything different. I don't like the lack of green light, and I feel like I hear a weird hum. In queue. I'll just stay on that folder and here. See what happens. How many discs do I have? Literally thousands. Like, I would wager at least 1,000 audio CDs and at least 1,000 software CDs that I could get to easily. Console games probably aren't as many as I would think. And I'm not even counting like loose jewel cases for games. don't know what it is. It hates reading data stuff. E-message. I mean, if there's errors here, then it's clearly not going to work. PCI bus, reset, USB, high-speed device. So, yeah. Literally, anytime I put it in a data disk, it kills the drive. Why? Reset, resume error. That's interesting. Reset, high-speed USB device. Yeah, so... yeah, I have to keep resetting it. Is it a SATA adapter error? I don't like that theory. Please don't say that. Why does it work with audio CDs? That's the question. Here, we can do this. I'll put this disk in the middle drive, and we'll see if it resets it there. Because if it resets this drive, then that means that it is definitively the drives and not the SATA interface. Still resetting 19. That's concerning. I've never tried just reading the disk directly like this. I don't know if that's going to be possible. Microsoft Juliet level 3. Okay, so it can read it. Dude, what the heck, man? So I'm going to guess it's the whatever read mode that, dude, what if it works with like redump or something? Oh my god, that probably is fine and I didn't need to buy drives. Oh. What if it works with redump? I'm sure if it'll read this, it'll read the data. I'm not concerned about it. It's probably, it might be CDRDAO failing. Oh my god. Spent $400 because I didn't want to try redump sooner. Is that what we're saying? Well, they're not really spare drives. How hard is it to install redump? Matrox Millennium, you've done it. Oh, yeah, you know what? The SATA adapter drive, that's not, we have not ruled out the SATA adapters, actually, because this drive is on a different adapter than these two are. So I now have to put this disk in the bottom drive. It's not difficult? Okay. Can I just, like, sudo apt install redump? Or do I have to compile it? Well, Ben, I have 3 other of the drives. Why would the SATA adapter work with audio CDs, though? Because it hates me? Okay, so we can read the data. It's probably the read mode. There's probably, my guess, is either there's an issue with CDR-DAO trying to read data disks on these, or just trying to read data disks with, like, the minute seconds frames format on these drives. That's my guess. All right, let's try it. Redump. Let's see how difficult it is to just get this running. I'm sorry, UMD? How do you use redump to read a UMD? Is there redump for a PSP? Because we went over this, I Mandela effect myself into thinking that there was a USB drive for UMDs for PS3s to play the movies. Carefully, sure. Yeah, you crack it open and stick a little tiny baby disc on the spindle of like a laptop drive. Redumper is what I'm looking for. All right. Redump's an archival project. It's really terrible naming. I'm guessing this is beta 65 or something. Whatever, I'll just download it. How big is it? Oh my gosh, 1.6 megabytes. It won't even fit on a floppy disk. What bad so- Wait a minute, I already downloaded one? Okay, extract, Aleratec subfolder, and redumper, doodad majigger. Okay, wow, it's a single statically compiled executable. Okay, I take back anything bad I've ever said about them, which I don't really think I've said anything bad, but even slightly snarky, this is awesome. A single statically compiled executable, beautiful. What about GameCube discs? I mean, those are just mini DVDs. That would be a lot easier to read. I mean, granted, you probably shouldn't just run it direct like that. Okay. How can I... Oh, God, this looks complicated. um, uh, 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 supported drives. Will it work with an unsupported drive? Redumper, dump speed. Okay, blah, 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 blah. To analyze output. But I don't see a drive specified there. Drive type, generic. Drive equal parameter to tell where to find the disk. Okay. I put it into, well, it's mounted right now, I think, so we should unmount it. Okay, so why you gotta eject it? Don't be so boring. Okay. Redumper dash drive equal dev SR4. Holy moly. Okay. Intriguing. So scram is the binary data. Because it's reading in scramble mode. But it is working. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Well, there are worse things than having bought community accepted rippable drives, I guess. The errors are going up? What do you mean? Oh, wait. No, are those actual errors? Is that problems? I don't know. Is that lay bad time? I don't know. C2 is usually not working on modern drives. Q errors, C2 errors are bad. Well, I mean, I assume one-to-one errors to data is probably fine. Okay, so the drives probably don't support... At least you can remove the pinned comment now. Actually, I don't think I can. I think this is proving that I cannot. Open with mhex. I think it's going to be like all zeros. Yeah. So it's not able to read any data from the drive is what's happening. So this is the data for now. It's all zeros. It's not getting anything out of the drive. This makes me feel better. I mean, I'm still furious that these drives are just such garbage, but this does make it seem like it is not, they are not suitable to ripping like this. I don't think it would be filling up a 160 megabyte file with the data only to write it later. Think you can turn off C2 mode? I don't know. I know nothing. This will take a while? I don't know. I've never dumped a disk with redump. Oh my gosh, we're only at 12%? Oh, this is going to take a long time. What drives are these? These are Asus DRW B1STs. I say exactly what they are in the video about the auto changer robot. They tested being able to read a track 1 pre-gap very well. They could read over a minute before track 1, which is usually difficult for drives. And I thought that meant they were good enough. But yeah, you can experiment with other read modes if you wanted. I don't know if it'd be worth it on these drives. I like that you're saying that, like, these drives are like, ew, gross, get them away from me. Oh, actually, it says it right here. There you go. DRW24B1ST. How is it 20% and 200 megabytes? Model and firmware combos vary wildly in terms of capability. So I do have a firmware version A and firmware version C of this drive. So far, they all seem to behave the same. But all of the other ones, I only have one C and I have 5 firmware A's. So, warning, drive not found in database. Yes, redumper knows the drive. It automatically set the right parameters. Yes. That's one of the benefits of buying the Blu-ray drives, which are Asus, by the way, weirdly enough. They are supported by redump, which would mean that they would be christened with all of the good wishes of the redump community or whatever. So yeah, probably gonna just, no matter what, use those drives. Technically, they're rebadged LG drives. Why are the LG drives not acceptable then? I can't remember. No one was able to confirm whether or not they could read a pre-gap track, right? Different firmware? I mean, then why aren't they just reflashing the firmware? They have customized firmware for the Asus drives already. The LG drives are acceptable. It didn't look like that when I was reading the wiki. Redump. Compatible drives. It made it seem like they hated all the LG drives. You have to find the right model. Okay, so they love these. They're in the, like, super good, bring them on. And then there's these LGs. I don't think, this might be the one I've got. Let me just go grab it really quick. No, mine's a 16. I mean, that's just speed, isn't it? This is WH16NS40. But I couldn't get this one to read a pre-gap track. Yeah, Plex stores are better, but they cost just as much as the Blu-ray drives, if not more. Because the Asus Blu-ray drives are still being made, or you can at least buy them new still for not exorbitant prices, but all of the Plex store drives are insanely expensive. Okay, that This will talk about more of the LGs. Some of these links are dead. Oh, they're going way back. Okay, so that'll fix that. Oh, yeah, that just downloads the firmware, which I do already have on this computer because I wanted to make sure if I was paying $400 for drives, I was going to actually be able to use them. So this, I think this one I had to... No, okay. Only... Wait, that's my drive, isn't it? WH16NS40. Okay. But asterisk, older production models, these drives are not compatible with the firmware, PCB codes, blah blah and blah blah. So wait, so it's this drive. It's this drive. So if I take the bottom off and look at what the PCB number is, I can find out whether or not this drive is compatible. Well, guess which one's going in the Robo Racer? Oh my gosh. Look at a little tiny PCB on there. It's so small. Okay. So mine is a 2015 508. So I think this one is flashable. Well, the good news is I don't think these were cheaper than the Asus drives. Mine, unfortunately, is JB7. Mine is JB8. Yeah. So, I just bought this drive. Like, I bought this drive when the Sony story about the Blu-ray drives going extinct was going around. So this is a fairly modern one. That USB drive I used to watch. JB8 is flashable. Congrats. Yeah. Okay. Genuinely, this one will go on the Robo Racer. I'm going to have to make a custom tray for it. That sucks. I really am not looking forward to making a custom tray. That's going to be awful. There are sill pads on this. Wow. Fancy. Well, actually, I guess that makes sense since we know they can use 1 billion amps of power. 3.5 amps total in this thing. Robo Racer. So if you watch my video on the CD changers, the Robo Racer is the hopper one that loads from the top and just slides the discs down in. I don't have a suitable drive for it because I would have to modify the tray that goes into it. But if this is that, then I might as well. Yeah, so it's 1.5 amps of 5-volt DC and 2 amps of 12-volt DC. So yeah, 3.5 amps total power for this thing. Well, that's not true. Power is not amps. But big number for, like, a disk drive. First I use this guy, flashing it to use with Make MKV. Well, linking it here doesn't help, and I'm not doing it today. We're going to be doing all of that next weekend. Either Friday or Saturday, we're going to start the ripping, or the flashing, which I guess I'm flashing 4 drives. Did not expect that. So redump is at 60%, and it's 500 megs. So it's going to be over a gig per disk. That's hilarious. All right, I'm canceling it now. Because we got to end the stream. 35 watts is still a big number. Jeez. All right, flashable viscosity. I have no idea at all. Literally don't know anything. All right, let me connect to my server so I can run the outro, because we hit the time. One of these days, this will actually, you know what? Just hit this button. Boom. Okay. Hold on. What about a USB drives? USB drives rated 1.5 amps. This is one of those USB-Y cables. Oh, I have a LG drive like that too. It's fun. 100% do not want to use any adapters and flashing it. Connect directly to a SATA controller. What are you, my mom? No, we could probably do that. Maybe I should bring the test bench here. That'll make life a lot easier for that. All right, outro time. I'll try to remember to bring the test bench for using with the drives. I wonder what drive is in the test bench. Pretty sure I put a 5 1/4 inch drive in there, but I don't remember what it is at all. And it will have to be SATA. Not that it matters, because it's not going to be Blu-ray, because I'm not crazy. I'm not wasting a Blu-ray drive on something like that. Anyway, that's it for today. I still say these Asus DVD drives suck. Still want to probably go with the other Asus Blu-ray drives, which are apparently just this LG Blu-ray drive. Didn't know that. We got the camera working completely perfectly, so I'm really excited about that. The Auto Publisher LS now has a camera built in to take photos of the discs as it goes along. We haven't implemented cropping. That comes next. But yeah, that's nice. We can just focus on the other stuff now. So, getting closer to ready to start ripping all of my media, which is going to be so much work. It could actually make sense to queue it up and leave it to work overnight. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Because those redump rips are going to take a lot longer, it seems like. Oh gosh. Anyway, that's it for now. Today's Sunday, isn't it? Oh, it felt like Saturday for some reason. Yeah, it's Sunday. Okay, I guess I'll see you guys next Friday. Over 250 discs? Way more. Yeah. Friday, we will try flashing discs or drives, and we're gonna mess with the drives Friday. That's it. Drives Friday, do things. Yeah. If you guys enjoyed this stream, then you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next. That'll be time later. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this one. That's it for now, and I will see you all next time. This is the worst, sloppiest outro ever. Oh my gosh. All right, bye.